first spot. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be there in just a minute or two. All right. Oh, lost him. All right, let's see what we got today. All right, we got a lot of we got a fish already, don't we? Nope, don't like one. Got a lot of shallow water activity here. I'm seeing some shad flick. I'm gonna try up around this bridge. We'll just see how it goes. Today is gonna be a power fishing day. Crankbaits, spinnerbaits, and jigs, and that's probably all we're gonna fish. 3 You get quite as many bites with them. Rat creek. I'm not going to fish it quite as fast as I will when it's a little clearer. Today is about covering water, seeing what we can do. Looks like we got a little bit of current moving out of here, so that's good. See some shad activity. Getting some good bottom contact, so I'm gonna work down this bank with a crankbait, and then we'll turn around. And if I don't do any good, I'm gonna fish it with a jig on the way back down. Yeah, I got hung up. But luckily my little balsa bait floats right up. Turn this off and turn it back on. It's acting up a little bit. I may have jumped the gun here a little bit. This water level may still be a little bit low for him to be moving up in here just yet. But if we don't do anything in the back of this creek, we will head out to the river and do some creek mouth fishing. And there will definitely be some fish in the creek mouths, or at least some in the river anyway. The water temperature is nice in here though. I don't know why there wouldn't be a fish or two. I'm gonna kind of stay off the bank a little bit while I'm fishing this crankbait. Let's change over to that other one, because this one's diving a little deeper than what I need. It might be a little bit early for this, but the water temperature is right. Water temperature was 66 in here. That's good. That's real good. All right, I'm gonna put that little shallower one on there. Oh, baby. We definitely got some shad activity in here. That's good. Go check this again. I don't know what's going on with this. Everything's plugged in, so just gonna power fish this crankbait along this riprap. I know that they get in here and spawn and everything, so we're gonna see if we can get some coming up ready to go. Maybe a little bit early. Like I say, that water's 66 degrees, and when you're fishing these square bills like this, you can fish them fast and catch fish on them. The other thing you never want to do is you never want to miss the bank. Just get as close to the bank as you can get, and a lot of times they'll hit it right off the bank. Maybe, ooh, a little bumped a little hard rock there. Today, the name of the game is cover water today. We'll go down these riprap banks. I'm gonna try it with this crankbait. Nothing happens. We're gonna go back with a. Ooh, I think that was a rock. I'll go back with a jig and see if we can get a bite that way. Got some good dirty water. I like dirty water this time of year. Fish aren't spooky up shallow. I mean, this is shallow. You know, just cover water, see if you can get a hold of something. Get a bite. This is probably my favorite way to fish, just shallow, short little casts, working around cover. This places where you think a bass ought to live. You're not always out there on some point or something just kind of blind casting, hoping that you run into one. This is what you're doing anyway, but it's like my little crankbait. Just making lots and lots of casts. And maybe we'll run into one eventually here. It might be a week or two early down here, but we got a backup plan if we need it. We'll keep this thing rolling. Might fish a spinnerbait a little bit today. Yeah. See, the bank went from being a little bit flatter to a little bit steeper right here. That's what they call a transition. Kind of look at those and make a few extra casts when you see little transition areas like that, because sometimes that's where they'll be. See, there we go. That's a good fish. Oh, wow. Wow, big fish. Oh, big fish. Big fish. Oh, stay hooked, baby. You're barely hooked. Barely hooked. Oh, that's what I'm talking about right there. There we go. That is a great way to start the morning. Well, I might need my pliers to get that one out. She sucked it in. That's a nice fish. All right. Let's see what we got. We'll get this hook out and then we'll get a quick weight and we'll get her back in the water. Yeah. That's a good way to start the morning right there. That's close to a 5. Look at that tail. That tail has been eat up, already spawning. Oh, making a mess, making a bunch of noise. That's all right. Get a quick weight on her. That fish is 5'9", 5.5 pounder. That's a good one. Great way to start the morning. Let's put her back. Ooh, big one. There she goes. All right. Caught that on my little balsa crankbait. Now I'm up on the bank making all kinds of noise. Right on that transition. That's what I was talking about. While I'm here, I'll make a little parallel cast. Well, they make all kinds of noise and then get hung up. Oh goodness. Oh goodness, what a mess. That's not how you want to follow it. There it goes. That's not how you want to follow up a biggie. There's another one. That's how you want to follow up a biggie. Just catch another one. All right, not quite as big as that first one, but hey, makes you know you're doing something right. Do it again. Maybe I need to get in here and parallel them. Give them the old parallelogram. All right. Hey, quick action. That's what I like. See a little piece of cover kind of off the bank up here too. That's why I like fishing these square bills this time of year. Oh, whatever that is, I didn't hit it. I do have it marked. A little piece of wood or something right there. Where's my spot? There it is. Little piece of wood right there. Or something that's got a stop coming. Well, there we go. A little bit out of practice with my power fishing. I've been having to fish all this other garbage like jerk baits and stuff all winter. But this is the way I like to fish right here. Just fishing a crankbait. Just keeping the boat moving. That's what we like right there. Get a big bite early. Let you know they're in here. If anybody's wondering, I'm using, this is a old school Bagley Balsa V2. It's a chartreuse with a black back. This is as old school as it can get. I'm using a very old fiberglass crankbait rod and a 6-2-to-1 reel. I don't like real fast reels. And 20-pound line. I don't use light line when I'm doing this kind of stuff. Some guys use 15 or 12. Not me. I'm gunning for a good one. But that's, yeah, got a little fouled up there. But not doing anything especially that's real special. I'm just working a crankbait down these rocks. I know these fish get on here and they spawn, so we're going to go down this with this crankbait. We caught two. One of them was a big, for this lake, is a big one, 5'9". I'd have killed to have that on this lake when I was tournament fishing all the time. Just making casts as close to that rock as you can. Trying not to beat my little balsa bait up too much. But they usually hit it pretty quick when they're going to hit it on the bank. when you're fishing this way. And you can rip it. I mean, you can really rip it if you want. I'm just kind of using what I would call like a medium to medium fast retrieve. That way I can just make a bunch of casts. That big fish I caught just had a hole in its lip, so it definitely been caught before. And it was, well, it's a kind of a function of this lake, but it was really, really light, so I'm not sure if she just moved. Well, she didn't move up because she'd already been, tail had already been rubbed. So that fish is already spawning. That's what a lot of people, I think, don't realize, that the big fish, seems like the biggest fish in the lake spawn first. I mean, she didn't have a real big belly on. Oh, that was another good bite right there. That fish slammed it. And of course, and you can see the mud that got fish kicked up. I mean, this is shallow water. I don't know. What are we? Yeah, about 2.5 foot deep. The deal in this creek is most of this creek is really, really muddy, like mud bottom, but you've got some spots with some. I wish I should have known what that last fish was. He slammed it. Made a good little mud cloud too. Most of this fish is, most of this lake is, it's real muddy. So anywhere you can find some hard bottom this time of year, you got a chance to catch some fish that are in the spawn. Get all the mud off my tip. We got another transition zone coming up there. I don't know if you can see it, but it's where that rock kind of turns into sand. And I see some bait fish flicking back in there too. So maybe there's one. Maybe there'll be one hanging back in the back of this little pocket. Just gonna keep tossing this thing around. Thanks for watching this morning, everybody. I really appreciate it. You know, it's pretty neat that people want to see what you're doing and how you're doing it. Doesn't help when you catch, doesn't help that, or it doesn't hurt that you catch a fish every now and then. Got a shallow right there. Yeah. Got some plastic. It's real shallow right here, so I'm just gonna hold the rod up. All right. Now we're gonna turn around. I'm gonna go down this bank a little bit more with this crankbait before I swap to the jig, just because it's kind of shallow, and I just don't know if I'm gonna get any bites doing that with the jig right up on the bank like that, but we'll see. A little piece of brush right there. You gotta give that a shot. This time of year, any piece of cover you see, I don't know if you can see out here, but this is it's a relatively big, the water's down about 3 feet on this lake, and gigantic stump flats out there, and people have put stake beds and everything else. So it's a neat place. I've actually never been up in there. Really a little bit shallower than what I like to fish most of the time. What I'm gonna do for just a minute, I'm gonna get a little bit closer to this bank and parallel it a little bit. That way I can keep my bait in the strike zone just a little bit longer. don't feel like there's a whole lot of fish way off the bank, so. Get just a little bit closer and make a little bit more of a parallel attack on them. This is just a medium action rod. I have not been able to, come on, there we go. Not been able to find a medium heavy that I really like. That's not over 7 feet long. I don't like real long rods because I'm kind of short. Lost them all. If you're just joining me, I'm fishing today's all about power fishing. Just fishing some dirty water with crankbaits. Probably gonna pick up a jig in a few minutes. Might fish spinnerbait a little bit, and that's probably about all I'm gonna fish all day today. If I see some stuff that's a little bit clear that I think I need to finesse up, I might fish a swim jig or a chatterbait or something like that. Just caught a 5.9 a little while ago. If you want to go back and look at the feed, you can see a pretty good fish getting caught, and caught it on this little Balsa B2 square bill crankbait. I like the Balsas a lot. They got high floats. They bounce off a cover really good. I'm using 20-pound line. I don't use anything light when I'm doing this kind of fishing. Actually, most of the time I don't use anything light except for a jerk bait. And I'm just going down this bank covering water. Ooh, got a little grass, got a little leaf on there. About to pick up that jig here in just a minute. Right now I'm just kind of doing a 45 on this bank with this crankbait. Caught 2 already so far. Got one that was 5.9 and one that was like 12 inches. That's how it goes sometimes this time of year. I don't expect to catch a whole lot of big fish, but maybe we'll get lucky. I know one thing, it's already hot, so I'm about to take my little jacket off here. But thanks for joining me, everybody. Let's take this off. I'm not going to forget my mic. Last week I forgot my mic. And it's going to be a scorcher today. All right, that's like turning on a machine right there. I'm moving this thing at a pretty brisk pace. Even though this water's dirty, those fish, they know it's there. If they want it, they'll come get it. All right, let's put it down for a minute. Let's pick up the jig and see if we can get a jig bite. And that'd be fun. Slam some steel. I like to slam some steel every now and then. I'm just gonna pitch this. Get the hiking place. Gonna pitch this up around this riprap. This is just a real. I'm using old school stuff today. This is a black and blue Lunker Lure triple rattleback. This water is dingy, so I like having that little bit of rattle in there. And I'm just gonna fish it down this rock bank until I. One thing I don't like having my shadow where I'm fishing. It's a weird little quirk about me. Don't know if it matters. They know it's a person or if they just think it's a cloud, but not something I much like. Well, we got a little cloud cover, so that'll help. Shades me a little bit. It's supposed to be some rain in this afternoon, so I'm hoping this front kind of turns them on a little bit. Had some warming trend for the last pretty much all week. Look at this. Got some shad flicking in here. That's always a good sign. We're just going to go down this bank all nice and easy with this jig. We already tried it with the crankbait. I'm actually going to change my trailer though, because this is a blue trailer and I want a black one in this dirtier water. So I like the blue one a little bit better than the off-color stuff. When it's full-on dirty like this, I like a black one. Nothing, not using anything special, just a triple rattleback jig. And this is just a Zoom Big Salty Chunk black with blue flake. They seem to like that in dirty water. Put all these back up here where they go. There we go. Now I got my confidence. Now we're ready to pitch around. Put it right back in that little transition zone where I caught that big one earlier. Maybe there's another one right there. I doubt it, but I haven't found a real good, what I would call flipping stick yet that I like. This is just a 7.3. It's actually a mag heavy Dobbins, which to me is like a heavy on a regular, on another brand. It was a weird feeling. Kind of went off to the side, maybe it hit a rock or something, and then it kind of, I'm not sure if I had a bite there. I like those rattles when you have dirty water like this. I feel like it helps them hone in on it a little bit better. We're going to fish to the end of this riprap with this jig, and then we're going to pick that crankbait back up. Pick it up a little bit before we get to the end. Just kind of, sometimes I'm just pitching it all the way up on the bank, just sliding it into the water. That way I can get hung up. Just using a 20 pound fluorocarbon here. It's all about power fishing today. Not trying to do any of that little doodle socking these other guys are doing. No doodle socking with sissy sticks today. Appreciate everybody tuning in to watch. I'm sure you got some other stuff to do throughout the day, but yeah, I think it's neat that people want to watch what I'm doing. So this little section of bank is not as steep as where I got the other bites. But I have caught some good fish here in the past, so it's dirty water power fishing. That's what I like to do. See if we can get some action for you guys out there. Not making a long cast, maybe 25, 30 foot. Just right off the bank. I'm just working it straight down the bank, seeing if maybe there's something on a bed or maybe there's a little bit bigger rock down there somewhere that I don't see that might have a fish sitting up next to it. That's what's cool about bass fishing, is you never know what's going to happen next. Just you never know if that next bite's going to be a 2-pounder or a 10-pounder a lot of times. Although unlikely to catch a 10-pounder today. Oh, that was awful. But we'll work it anyway. Well, there it goes. Got a little bit bigger rock there. I'll pitch it right back in there and see if we can pitch it next to that spot. See if we can get a bite. No bite. So I started off with a crankbait down the bank. Got one 5.9, another one about 12 inches. And I do this sometimes. I'll just see a big old swirl. I'll spook something there. And then I'll slow down. Try not to get hung up too much. I do that. I'll go down bank, see if I get some bites, and I'll slow down and kind of pick it apart and see if there's anything else that wants a little bit different retrieve. This time of year on this lake, these fish, a lot of times they get really keyed on the jig. You can do a little bit, I mean, you can catch fish on crankbaits and spinnerbaits and stuff, but sometimes you can really get some, it feels like a leaf. Nice little branch. Sometimes you can really get a good bite or two on the jig if you stick with it. And this is just a little 3/8 jig. It's not, I'm not going for a real fast fall or anything like that. Ooh, that sounded like it might have been a bass right there. Sounded like something of repute out there in the open. After catching that good one in here, I'm surprised not to get another bite on this jig. Maybe it's just not full blown yet. One good thing is lots of activity this morning on the surface, seeing lots of shad activity and other fish moving around. winter wasn't long, but it was pretty brutal when it was cold. So it's good to see stuff starting to wake up. All right. The gut's telling me to change back to the crankbait. And I listen to my gut. We got a water temperature that means they're not going to have any problem being active enough to hit it, that's for sure. I thought that I might be a little bit early coming down here. Lake is down 3 foot, so, and this is not a deep lake, so it's a big deal. That rock right there will be really good when the water gets up. Like a big rock with just kind of out there all by itself. Might have one in front of it right now. You never know. That's fun. Make sure I didn't tear my bait up. Nah, it's a tank. Banging the trolling motor. This means I need to stand a little closer to the front. Kind of coming around on the point of this bridge right here. This is the kind of a high percentage area where you expect to get a bigger bite. I know I passed through another bridge on my way up here, and there were some fish hanging around it out in the middle. Probably some crappies. But I always try to give this plenty of cast for this kind of stuff, because this is definitely the kind of place where they can be, especially this time of year. They'll hang out under these bridges and stuff until they get ready to move up. There's some stuff way on out here too. And I kind of progressively work deeper. I'll make some casts a little bit further off the bank in places like this. Just probe around, see if you can get something, see if there's anything going on. Then I'm gonna slip onto the next side and move on down this bank. Oh man, it's such a nice day today. Got some clouds moving in. Hopefully we don't get rained out too early. Alright. Beating my bait up today. I've had this one for a long time and it's caught a lot of big fish. I just keep doctoring it up. Getting beat up, and I keep throwing super glue on it. and epoxy and whatever else it takes to keep it going, because it's a good one. When you get a good balsa bait, you got to take care of it the best you can. No, that one that felt like a fish. That felt like a fishy cast. Okay. That section we just fished is the section where I've always caught the bigger fish. Well, that's just an awful cast. I've never caught any big ones down through here, but I've caught some good ones, just never any big ones. All right. Just gonna do the same thing we were doing on that other bank, just make a little 45s, keep the boat moving. This bank's a little bit more jagged than the other one. I think it's a little bit deeper too. The thing bouncing off some of the bigger, I think it's got bigger rock. No action. I think we'll do the same thing we did on that last bank. We'll fish it down it with a crankbait, see if we get some bites. If we don't, we'll come back down it with a jig. See if we can pick something else off. If there be one next to that little rock sticking out of the water, try the other side. Nothing. Maybe a little slow today, but maybe when we get bites, they'll be big ones. I'm just gonna keep working the square bill around this stuff. Water temperature is about 66, 67, which is way up there for this time of year. Just using like a medium to medium fast retrieve, bouncing this thing off these rocks, going on this riprap. Got another little transition area coming up, so see if there's another fish sitting on that transition area. Doesn't seem to be any on just the regular old 45-ish sections. There's some good stuff down through there. I'm feeling that thing bounce off a lot of stuff, but Just not getting any bites. I think I spooked something there. Ooh, I spooked a couple of things there. Huh. Well, if they're bass, we'll get them on the way back. Pitch my jig in there. I got it. I got that spot marked on the bank. A little bit of debris there. We just hit that little transition area that I was talking about, where it kind of goes from steep to starting to flatten up a little bit. Try another cast right there. All right, there's a rock. Got a little overeager there. Big square bill like this is great bait this time of year. You just cover a lot of water. Oop, I had one. He got off. Dang. There's the fish. We'll throw in there again and see. Not sure if that was a fish or just a piece of cover. Yeah, it might have just been a piece of cover. Just throw it, get as close to that bank as you can, and get hung up. There you go. That's why I use heavy lines. So when I get hung up, I can just kind of get a hold of it and pull it off. Don't have to worry about retying as often. Yeah, we're about 2.5 foot deep in here still. Wow. Well, I'm definitely spooking some fish. I don't know if they're bass or if they're carp or what, but there's fish on this bank. Kind of get off the bank a little bit because this gets real shallow up in here. This real shallow stuff, I'm just going to kind of breeze through and we'll get a bottom. We'll raise my trolling motor up a little bit. Go up about. That'll be good. Let's go up about 4 inches or so. Kind of keeping my rod up so it doesn't bury down in there too hard. This is probably a little shallow for anything to even be in here, but go down to the end of it anyway and see what happens. Never know on this lake. Yeah, that's far enough. Oh yeah, kicking mud up over here. Oh yeah, and hitting bottom. It'll happen when your lake's down a little bit. I'm gonna work this down to where it gets a little bit steeper, and then I'll And I'll swap back over to the jig. All right, come on. Digging a little bottom there. All right. Bring that up just a little bit. Oh yeah, definitely shallow over here. Definitely shallow. Ooh, so spooked a little something there. Kind of keeping my rod high to keep that bait up in the water column. See if I can get maybe something will come up and blast it. All right, there we go. Get our foot pedal where we like it. All right, there's a little transition area. So a little rock there. Doing a little power fishing. About to change over that jig. Give it a shot on the way back, just like I did on the other side of the bridge. Got a little hung up there. Right in here is where I thought I had that bite earlier. Right in that general area. Did I get one this time? No. All right. Swap back over to our jig. See if we can get some bone crunching hook sets for you guys. And I'm not making a real long cast. I'm just kind of pitching this thing out 20, 25 foot, maybe 30 foot from the bank. Just easing along this bank, just seeing if there's anything up shallow that might be on bed that might want to slap at it. Usually if you get bites on this, they're not real far off the bank. Using 20-pound fluorocarbon. I don't see a need to go much heavier than that. This stuff is so strong. Maybe if I was fishing really heavy brush or something. But I've never had, I mean, I've lifted up full stumps with this stuff before. It says 20, but I know it'll be, I know it'll carry more than that. This is just a 3/8 ounce black and blue triple rattleback jig, old school. Doesn't have one of those gargantuan hooks like these new ones do. This is just a little 3/0 hook on here, I think. And got a Zoom big salty chunk. This dirty water, I mean, this is a good combo for what we got going on here today. If I can get a fish to bite a jig on crankbaits. This time of year on this lake, sometimes a jig can be dynamite on this riprap and stuff. They get keyed on it. One thing for sure, there's plenty of shad in here. I've been seeing them flick all morning. So there's no reason there shouldn't be some bass in here. This lake used to go down 6 feet in the winter. And they don't do that anymore. They only draw it down to 3. So I feel like a lot of these fish ought to live shallower longer than they did before. But who knows? Just gonna probe around, see if we can get some bites. That's what it's all about. You never know what you're gonna get. That's what I like about it. It's always unpredictable. I had no idea I was going to catch one over 5 pounds this morning. First thing. Some good rock down there. No bass to go with them, but there's some good rock. I'm slowing down kind of around this point. I want to see if there's anything just setting up, waiting. I'm a little bit surprised nobody's come back here. This is usually a pretty hot crappie fishing area. Maybe they think the water's still too far down for there to be anything up in here. Last week I had a bunch of geese around me. Today I don't, thank goodness. Man, they make a lot of noise. And a little backlash there. Let me get that little loop out. There we go. Didn't bother me. When you're jig fishing like that, you get a little loop, and when you're pitching, and it's just annoying because you keep feeling it underneath your thumb. All right. Supposed to be one on these points right here. Nothing to speak of yet, but we're going to keep probing. One of those little loops. There it goes. Yeah, I don't think I got it, but it'll be all right. There it goes. All right, let's pick a crankbait back up. Giving them the old 1-2 punch this morning. And they're punching back with no bites. Actually, I'm gonna go inside of this. I'm gonna go, let's go on the outside. We're already here. Nothing. Not seeing any good current coming around. This morning I saw some, but it might have just been wind current. All right. Well, that's a good spot right there. Ooh. I like throwing this little square bill, man. This thing's so much, when they're on it, it's fun. You just, they slam it. Ooh. Old big bait makes a bunch of disturbance. Just throwing off all those good vibes. That wasn't a fish. Here's something over there. We might have some company here in a minute. Sounds like a boat coming. Never missed the bank with that thing. Got somebody coming over to the other side to do a little fishing, it looks like. Do a little banking. Well, it's not full on up here yet for sure, but it is there are some fish up here doing a little something. Keep cranking. Keep covering water. I know there's some stake beds and stuff over there off that dock I'm gonna try here in a minute. Got some brush somebody cut for us down here. This time of year, any cover I can find, I'll try to fish it. You just never know where they're gonna be. I saw a little something under the water over here just a minute ago. I'm gonna throw it out in front of that brush somebody cut. Doesn't look like there's any fish in there. Get that loop. There it is. We'll go over here and fish where there's some stake beds laid out, and we'll turn around, we'll go back down the other side of that thing, and then it'll be time to move somewhere different. There's some clay bottom right through here. Don't hear anything you can find. Just keep all bait wet when you're fishing something. Well, when you're fishing this shallow stuff, oh, like an upside down bucket or something. Any little stick up. I just try to fish it all. That's my approach. Got some fishy looking stuff in front of us, that's for sure. Well, not quite what we're going for, but we'll. Oh, got me. It got me. I don't think I can pull that one free. Nah. In that steak. Oh, no, it's a line. Oh, goodness. There it is. All right, get back over here to our rope or to our rip wrap. Okay. Yeah, I got that marked. I should have known better. Ooh, ooh, I'm up on a stump now. Well, all right, there we go. Get back over here where it's a little less treacherous. All right, check my bait out, check my line. It feels pretty good. May go down this bank with this crankbait and then turn around with the dreaded chartreuse and white spinnerbait. Well, I keep from getting hung up. Nope. Now let's go get it. Yeah, that was just wedged on a rock. There it goes. Get some good cloud cover coming in. Supposed to rain this evening. Hopefully it holds off. We'll see what happens. Shad all down this bank. Flipping around. Gotta be something in here feeding on them. There he is. Not a big one, but we'll take it. All right. All right, little guy. What in the world? That thing, oh, almost got me. All right, got a little bite. See if we can get some more. Gotta be something of repute down through here somewhere. Yeah, I think when I get down to the end of this pike, I'm gonna turn around and try it with a spinnerbait and see if that does anything. Let's give them a little different look, different sound. Oh, got a tree there, huh? When I hit it, it moved. Definitely gonna mark that. There we go. Make the old parallel cast, semi-parallel cast. Spook something there. I would rather be fishing parallel, but since I'm going to go over it twice, I normally don't do that because I don't like to. I feel like that spooks the fish when you do that. Ooh, awful cast. Maybe I'll put a little spinnerbait on it. It'll be gangbusters. Or I could use a smaller crankbait. I mean, maybe a little smaller one might get some more bites. Who knows? Ooh, felt something right there. Maybe a little flick or something. Always just give it a quick toss back. See if maybe there's a fish missing it. And doesn't seem to be. Free bed on the bank there. Somebody that wants it. It's like a little piece of wood or something right there. Maybe not. If you're just coming on, I'm fishing a Bagley Balsa V2 crankbait, square bill, just just trying to cover water. We got a boat coming. Just working down this riprap, trying to see if anything's moving up. Trying to get moving up. It's water temperature's like 66 degrees, so I don't see why we wouldn't have some fish already good and shallow. But we're just gonna keep the boat moving, keep fishing these reaction baits, just power fish all day long. That's the game plan. I don't have any desire to do anything else today, so that's just what we're going to do. We're just going to. Sounds like a mud boat. Oh yeah, one of those loud ass mud boats. All right, we're going to turn around. We're going to change to a spinnerbait. And we're going to go back down this bank. All right, we'll take this thing off of there. All right. Use this is a heavy one. This is a 3/4 ounce. 3/4 ounce chartreuse and white. I don't use trailers on my spinner baits most of the time. Don't think it's necessary. And it's got a 3.5 or a number 3 on the front and a 4.5 Indiana on the back. So let's see how we do. It's a big bait. Moves a lot of water. And when they get it, they get it. Felt like a little tick. Might have just been some cover or something. I pretty much make all my spinner baits myself. I buy the heads, I buy the blades, I buy the skirts, and I just put them together however I want to do it. Kind of gotten away from fishing a lot last few years, where I normally fish the waters clearer than what I like one in, but this water down here, perfect spinnerbait water. Oh, come on. There we go. I just well, this time of year is a real good time for big baits. I don't downsize very much in early spring. If anything, I go up. Bait fish is the biggest size of the year. Fish are kind of aggressive and feeding. It's a good, come on, there it goes. It's a good time to go big, in my opinion. Especially in this dirty water, give them a little bit of a profile to aim for. Make no mistake, a 4.5 Indiana is a pretty big blade. Or at least to me it is. Let her know I'm on Weiss Lake, northeast Alabama. Coosa River impoundment, first impoundment on the Coosa River. Very underrated spotted bass lake. It's like fishing, it's like changing it up. Last couple of times I've streamed, I've been on Tennessee River, and I live up near Chattanooga. This is about an hour-and-a-half drive for me. Ooh, I'm getting right back on that little spot where there's some brush right in here somewhere. But it's nice to mix it up. That, you know, Guntersville and Chickamauga and all that, they have so much boat traffic. You just don't get that down here. Look over there. I come back and fish the area. fishing after I'm done. And being a prior tournament angler, that's stuff that it still bothers me. So it's nice to come down here and try something just a little bit different every now and then. It's just a different look. It's a whole different way of fishing. It's real. Most of it's real shallow, bank style fishing. Maybe I'll do some stuff a little later where I'll go out to the river maybe and fish some creek mouths or something like that. Or some fish will be staging up to move into these creeks. This is a big creek on the upper end. And you don't get the ginormous ones like you get on Guntersville most of the time, but there are some 5 and 6 pounders. I caught a 5.5 this morning. We'll fish back down this bridge, and then we're gonna make a move. I'm sorry if the mic. Ooh, the fish? I don't think it was. There's a fish. I got him in the boat. Sorry if this reel is super old and grindy. So sorry if the microphone's picking that up, but I can't help it. Kind of felt like a fish, but I don't think it was. Bouncing this thing. The thing's just banging in all kinds of stuff down there. It's scarf it up. All right. Well, it's time for a quick move. We may come back hit this after a while, but for now, we're gonna go try some other little bit of hard bottom spots and some points and things like that where they might be. So just hang out for a few minutes and we'll fishing right after a short little run. feet of water here. My feet may be jumping around a little bit. Sorry about that. Real shallow flat. When it deepens up a little bit, I'll get on it, but I'd rather not tear anything up first thing this morning. I never have fished over here, but I see some laydowns and I see a little bit of rock on the wire, so we're going to give it a shot. It's got some depth. I especially like this. That's got some rock. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see how we do here. All right. The water's real dirty like this. I don't mind I'll get right up on a piece of cover. See some rock coming off there. Some of that on the other side. There's a lot of rock, so I suspect that the striations cross this creek, but maybe they don't. There's not a whole lot to fish on this side. We'll just run what we got and then we'll cross over. And the other side, the whole bank looks good. It's got rock all down it. It just looks like the kind of place they ought to get, but And I've caught a few fish over there. I haven't caught near the numbers that you would think you would catch, but it's a nice day to be out here. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's supposed to get pretty warm today. Got some shad flicking behind me. Sometimes I see something like this and I mean, I've never fished here, so it's always worth a try. Get a bunch of little laydowns going through here. Make a few casts, and if you catch something cool, and if you don't, that's okay too. You know, you gave it a shot. All right, I made 3 casts at that, no bites. Try it right there. Try to cross. That's probably the hang-up shot right there. Nope. What I like to do is I like to bring it down and bump it, stop. When it bumps, I just kind of give it a pause. This thing's real buoyant, so it floats up real quick and you can get it going again real quick. Just reel it down, bump, bump, reel it some more, and that's how you create those reaction strikes. Just by bumping into that cover. You want to make contact all the time. Whenever you can make contact with the cover, it's always better. Ooh, I'm making some good contact right there. Didn't get any bites, but we got good contact, so. Now that right there might have been a fish. I see a little dust cloud. I'm not sure if that's from my bait. I felt something weird there. Make a couple more little casts in there just to, this time of year especially, sometimes they'll come back in and grab it. Certain baits and certain times of year you just don't get a return bite, but you can get one on this sometimes this time of year. I think that that's just my bait. Just my bait kicking up a little mud off the top of that log. I got some stakes right there. And I'm not afraid to throw this thing in just about anything. There's some more little, if you get hung up, just go get it. Just throw it in there. I mean, I'm banging on stuff. That's how you catch these fish. In this lake, that's how you catch it. You have to be hitting cover. You're just making casts where there's not anything. My experience has been you very rarely catch fish like that. And you will hang it up every now and then, but this thing's like a tank, man. It just comes through that stuff. Yep, hung it up. Get turned around here, you can see what I'm fishing. Just a big lay down log. Get hung up, poke it a little bit, and there she comes. You know, make a little cast on these little outside edges. I didn't hit that before. Sometimes you can pick up a little quick bonus bite. Oop. There's one or two more down through here. I'm gonna kind of speed down. This is a really good bank too. It's all shale. It ought to, I mean, with this current in here, you'd think there'd be some fish, but we're not current with this shale cover and all that. You'd think there'd be some fish in here getting ready to go. Just make some. All right. Let's run this. All right, let's go and burn down through here. Might be a good bank for a rattle trap or something if you're inclined. Sometimes there may be a little stump under the water. I see one right there. See something. That's the kind of place you catch fish. A little stick up here and there. We'll turn it down a little bit. Got a little stump right there. I mean, this is dirt shallow though. Got the old green chair pattern working here. If we catch fish on this, we're gonna have a heck of a time finding any more of these. But sometimes you get on the green chair pattern. It's sunk out here in the lake. Not today. Make one more cast on those legs. Nothing. That was a bite. Methinks that was a bite. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, didn't get another one. Hit this last little. I'm gonna hit this. Hit this lay down, and then there's a little place where when the water's up, it goes all the way through. I like those kind of spots sometimes. So. All right, we got a lot of casting options here. I'm fishing everything as it comes. I'm sitting in according to my fish finder, it's 1.5 feet deep. What I like to call the sweet spot this time of year. Look at that. Little shad bust out there in front of me. Oh, there he is. That fish came out there and grabbed it. Good one, too. Oh, stay on, baby. Ooh, chunked up some lunch or something there. There we go. No monster, but ooh. No monster, but that's a nice fish. Came out there and snagged it right up next to the boat. Ooh, had him hooked all weird. Let's get that out of there. There we go. There we go. It's a nice little early spring bank runner. Alright, let's put it back. Little square bill doing a little work. Freako Fishing, thanks for joining me. It is a beautiful day. I think it's supposed to get up to 80 something degrees here today. All right. Oh, man, I made a bunch of casts of that tree before that fish came out of there. That's a reason I use this fiberglass rod too. It's pretty forgiving, so when you get one at the boat, he actually has a chance to get it. I've got some graphite rods that are pretty forgiving too, but I really like this glass one that I got. Let's see what we got. All right, we'll go fish this little saddle area, and then we're going to shoot across and hit some of that rocky stuff. And after hitting that, see, now I'm in a predicament. Do I want to go fish that rock over there, or do I want to fish all these laydowns that are on the other side in front of me? Let's do the rock first, and then we'll come back over and fish those laydowns. Maybe. We'll see how I'm feeling after I'm done with the rock. So much cover, so little time, you know. You gotta just fish it all. You can fish all you can. But I mean, we're fishing shallow. Our temperature back in here at 65. I saw some 67 this morning. Over where I started, it was 67. I mean, this is primo, getting ready to do it. I'm just going to burn this thing down through this little bit of bank. We're just tuning in. 3 fish so far this morning, and that's it. The biggest one was 5'9", so it was a really, really good fish first thing this morning on that road bed that we left. Caught it on the same bait that I'm using, this Bagley Balsa B 2 and chartreuse blackback. My favorite color for around here. I use some shad pounders too, but most of the time when I'm using this big bait, it's kind of dirty water, so and this one's really faded out, so it's kind of a pale yellow more than a bright, what you get when you buy them package. Just trying to see it. Sometimes these fish that's good. When that water gets up, there'll be some fish right here. Just the kind of place they like to get. and then it gets a little. This is the old flat nothing bank. All right, just hang out for just a second. I'm gonna scoot us across this little creek, and then we'll start back up. Conditions, it doesn't get much better. 55 degree water, comfortable outside, doesn't get much. All right, let's get back at it. That was a quick little shot across the creek. Heading for the bank right now. Let's get it turned. Just sticking with the game plan. Power fishing, square bill crankbait. Doing a little bit of jig fishing, doing a little bit of spinnerbait fishing. Just that's my game plan. Just this is what I do this time of year a lot of times when I can, especially on this lake. And then when it gets about, when I start seeing some green cover coming up, I'll start fishing topwaters. I mean, you can catch fish on topwater right now. It's just not my. And this watercolor, I just don't think it's the right thing to do right now. I do like a buzzbait. Maybe I'll give one a shot after a while, just see what happens. Just working this crankbait around these rocks. I mean, you can see them. I'm sure you can see them out there. Yeah, it's just some good. Just have that thing just bounce off of that. The problem is you get a lot of leaf debris around here. Not going to stop me though. I'm kind of sticking off of this because I want to see how far out this stuff goes, and maybe there's fish hanging out. This is a big old point, so and it's only 2.5 feet deep all the way under the boat, and I'm making a pretty decent distance cast to the bank. Let's see if there may be a particular area. Good fish. Right on that point too. About like that last one. Or it might be a little bit bigger than that last one. All right, you're done. Hey. Good old muddy water bass. Get him on this side. Good old muddy water bass. Look at all those marks on the side. I don't know if you can see all those marks, but that's a nice one. Let's put her back. Splashed a little water on my sunglasses there. Can't be having that. That's good. Oh, I thought I had another one, but I just hit some rock. Ooh, that's not a good place to get hung up. There it goes. He was up shallow. Shallow. Right on that point. Type of place where you say, hey, there should be one there. And this time there was. Well, picking up just a touch. Eating my little bomb looking crankbait. Got a heron feeding down this bank, so maybe that means there's something to be caught. I'm not gonna hold my breath. Unless I catch some fish, I'm just gonna fish down to the first pocket. Ooh, there's something. There it goes. Oh, so much good looking rock in here. Oh no. No, that's so shallow over there, that's gonna cause problems. And I always get hung up right here. Every time I fish. There's something about the way these rocks kind of lay over sideways. Oh, there it goes, it came off. Put my little crank plug in there where I just saw a fish moving. Jesus. Oh, there it goes. Rock just grabbed this thing. Once it gets going, it's good, but it's not good when you first cast and it's like just. And those hooks are just dangling under it, right in the shallow water. Still pretty shallow. We're in about 3 feet of water. Bouncing this thing off these rocks. Oh, such a nice day to be out here. If nothing else, it's a water temperature 66 over here. It was just a rock. I'll get this one. Do a quick knot check here. Oh yeah, let's give a quick retie. Big on retying because I don't like to lose fish because of stuff that's preventable. Quick retie, and we'll be back out there. Using the trusty Palomar knot here. Sometimes I use this, sometimes I use the double uni. Main thing for me is I want a knot that wraps around my line tie twice. Gives me that much more strength. I feel like you may have knots fail other ways, but you don't want to lose a fish because your line just breaks around your line tie for some reason. Rocks come way on out here, so I'm just bouncing them around. A little bit deeper right here on this little side. About 3.5 right here. This bait's good to about 3 foot, and that's it. Get any deeper than that, put something else on. We're just working the bank, picking one up here and there. This One of the good things about all this forward-facing sonar and everything is not a whole lot of people fish the bank anymore, it doesn't seem like. I don't know if that's a stump or a big rock, but we're going to make another cast at it. Catch a twig. See a little rock or a stump right there. Bumped it with no taker. But I think it's a log. I think it's laid down. I'm gonna make a couple more casts around it. Since it took me 4 or 5 on that last lay down fish that I caught. Never know what's gonna make them trigger. When they're hitting this thing, they're hitting it pretty good though. Just seeing some little stuff sticking up there. Want that herring to go on. There's a really good point up here that it just looks amazing. I've caught, well, last time I was here, I caught a 20-pound striper off of, or not striper, catfish. Come on, fly, fly, fly. I want you around my spots. Go the other way. Never had any good luck chasing herons down the bank. Come on, fly. Sometimes that works. Sometimes that'll scare them off. Fly away. Come on. Got some stobs here and they got some stuff around them. And look like they ought to have some fish. And fly right over the top of everything you want to fish. No regard for where I want to fish those birds. Thought I was clear, but I wasn't. Good looking piece of cover too. This has been out here for a long time. There it goes. Go ahead and make a cast. A couple little casts up against this bank. Yeah, sometimes you gotta take advantage of whatever boat position you have. Alright. Alright. Let's get her flipped around. Continue on and then we'll Nothing. Good looking little brush pile right there too. That was a fish, and I paused my bait because I thought I was hitting something, and I was. It was a fish. Well, maybe not. That was a weird. This felt really weird. Good looking piece of cover right there. Should have been a fish on it, but there was not. No bite. It was not from a lack of trying. Ooh, way out there. There it goes. What I like about this thing, get a little hang up, just give it a little slack. It'll usually free itself up. Go on about your business. Good little, that looks like a stump right there. All right, moving on. One little bonus fish on a whim of a spot, and then we got one off the point of the rocks. That's how it goes this time of year. You just get them hither and thither. All right, moving on. bit of shot of fish. Point a couple of docks and things like that. We'll give this a little, we'll just go around the corner one time, and then I've got another point on the other side. It's got some really good rock on it, and it usually has a fish or two. Got some really nice spots. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, we got a little bit of depth over here, so this might be a little bit better bank. Who knows? Looks like we got some hard bottom, some more of that shale looking stuff that I like. Get my we got a little bit of a nothing bank down through here. I'm gonna get a little faster and just, if I see some little high spots, there's a little stump or something, I'll cast next to it, see if there's anything just hanging around. But I don't hold a whole lot of, I don't get a whole lot of value out of these kind of banks most of the time, unless they've got cover on them. There's some stake bed right here. Ooh, it's made out of plastic too. That means we can come through it pretty good. Did I catch fish around it? No. Made plenty of casts. All right. I'm gonna set my jig up here for when we get around this dock. I'll do a little jig pitching. Kind of the same game plan as this morning, just fish around this. Oops, spooked a shad. Just kind of get my bait over here as close to this riprap as I can. Looks like most of it just goes straight to the shoreline. That's about it, but when we get up here, we got something that goes down into the water. Yeah, it looks like we might have some laydowns or some old docks or something. We got a little bit of depth here, so there's the opportunity for some fish to be here. Guy's got some barbed wire around his dock. He must be trying to keep the red coats out. Ooh, things. I think it's just because I'm up on top of that cover, but got some good stuff planted under there. About 5 foot deep on the end of that thing. Ooh, we got some lay down logs down through here too. All right, that's enough of that for now. Keep it up here for the, yeah, we got some depth right here. Oh, I just bumped into something too. I've got one of these baits that runs just a little bit deeper. Since we're in a little bit deeper water, I'm gonna pull that out. This is a Balsa B3. Got a little bit deeper lip on it. This one might get down to 4. Oop. But I hate this reel it's on, but whatever. Deal with what we got. Got a glass rod. Love my glass rods here. Well, got some good looking stuff down through here, but no bites just yet. Well, you'd think these fish would be on this bank. Got a little depth, got some cover. Oh no, that felt like a fish for a second, and then it didn't. That thing right there looks like it's got a beaver dam in the front of it. It's interesting. There we go. Starting to get some pollen already. Got a bunch of pollen collecting over here. Oh, come on. Jeez. I just got unhung. Just part of it. If you don't fish crankbaits around wood, you're gonna get hung up some. Go ahead and drop this back down. Let's see that spinnerbait for just a second. Sometimes I get around some stuff that just looks like it'd be better suited for a spinnerbait. This is one of those times. Oh, okay, we got it. I might want to get hung up right there. Well, all right. All right, back to the crankbait. This bank I'm not going back over, so I am just gonna get where I think the fish are gonna be and just fish it kind of parallel. Nope, nothing yet. Well, right. Streaming with a hotspot off my phone and it's about to die, so let's plug her up. I always carry a spare battery with me. Keep my stuff charged while because I'm out here for a long time. There he is. Is he still on? Yeah, he's still on. I'm out here for a long time. There we go. Another little guy, little buck. Number 6 on the day. All right. That one was on this little stake bed right here. Make another cast. What in the world? Is that a line? I'm gonna see if I can just pull it off, or if it's, yeah, it came off. Okay. A little line right up on the bank. We're averaging about 2 fish an hour here. Woo! Exciting fishing. It looks like we got Man Cave joining us. I know he wished he could be here today. So many social engagements, so little time. Just to recap, 6 fish so far today. Biggest one was this morning. It was a, where am I at here? It was a 5.9. Nice fish for this creek. Caught them all on these balsa square bills. I'm using alternating between a balsa B2 and a balsa B3 chartreuse blackback. 20-pound line, medium action rods. Tell all these guys around here fish because they all have trees underneath their dock. Keeping the cover working. If y'all are into gaming, check out Online Gaming Man Cave. He's got some good content out there. Got some good content out there while I get hung up. Sometimes when you get hung up, it gets you in a good position for another cast. Let's see if this is, what is that? Oh, okay. This is not one of those times. Man, this guy's got stuff all around his dock. That next one, I'm gonna flip that next one because it just looks, well, maybe we'll see. See if I can get the old ladder bass there. Nope, no ladder bass. I think I actually have stuff in it. Okay. I'm about to have to go back to my shallower one. don't think that one's going to come up. He's, oh, well, came off and then we got hung up in a worse spot. Awesome. It's kind of hard to pitch a crankbait with a floppy rod. Oh man, what a mess. All right. Let's just do it the easy way. That's the easy way. I use snaps. I just unsnapped it. Hook it back up and we're ready to go. What's our depth? We're about 4 feet deep. We're gonna go back to our shallow one. I'll even run this spinnerbait around some of this other cover that I'm not. This is a textbook jig location. Got this dock with all kinds of brush underneath it. See if I can fish through here without getting hung up too bad. Now we got a little breeze, making boat control a little tougher, but we got some good dirty water. We can just kind of slide up in here and shake this jig around, see if there's any big basses hanging out. Drop it right here in this. Well, y'all are waiting on me to slam some steel in one, and I am too. Hope I get a chance to do that today. See a free cork down there. I just, oop, I got it too. Oop, now it came off. This rod will certainly do it. Mag heavy. I've caught some monsters on these rods. Oh, me. Ooh, I hit it. Yep. So I was trying not to do. See if my, there we go. Plenty of cover to throw at though. Good shoreline stuff. Old pine bushes that never done much good in pine, but never know. Ooh, caught my finger. We've got some good, guy in front of us has some good Christmas tree action going on there. Oh, see if I can get that. No, it's tied up. I have to go get that. Oh, I can smell them. Oh, not where we wanted it. That's what I call a high percentage spot though, right there. There he is too. Hiya! On the high percentage spot. All right. Get it right out, right off the end of that stuff. Yeah, we'll try this little area right here. He got him another row working. How do you like that? Called it. That was number 7 on the day. We got lucky and got a really big one first thing this morning, a 5.9. And since then, I think we've topped out at about 2.5. Ooh. And I don't see much else of interest in the back of this little pocket. So I'm gonna get around to the other side and make a cast on the back side of these Christmas trees that he's so nicely put out for us. Oh, there's one little spot right there that might be of interest. Nope, not a fish. There it goes. Thick. Ooh, accidentally turned my trolling motor on constant. All right, cranking up the ease over these rocks in front of us, and then we'll start back. Been a pretty productive day so far. 7 fish, 5 keepers by 10:30. That's usually pretty good. As is often the case on this lake, there's not really a clear pattern emerging per se. It's just it's mostly just picking them off a cover where you can find them. There's a little something out in front of that. Kapow. I'm just making a few quick casts on this point because it's there. And then there's one little brush pile down there in the. Yeah, I'm not gonna go bother with that. Then we're gonna shoot across to the next rocky point. There wasn't much to this one, that's for sure. All right, let's shoot across to the next one. Got some clay bank over here. All right. I've been fishing long enough to where I don't waste my time on a lot of stuff that just doesn't look like it's going to do the right thing. Ooh, got a little piece of wood right there too. Man, these clouds have been coming through, but not raining. I'm loving it. Keeping that sun down. Keeping it not too hot yet. Still early in the day. It's cranking this little Balsa B2. Little piece of wood back behind that stump there. But was there a fish on it? No. There he is. There he is. I thought I had a little bite fish come up there and hit it right on the bank. That's why I tossed right back in there. All right. Bass number 8. Here we go. That's spotted bass. It is a Alabama spotted bass. They are feisty. All right. Right up here where it's starting to get rocky. A lot of people don't think they get real shallow, but they do. You can catch some good ones in some of these rivers around here. Pound for pound, they fight pretty good too. That fish was right on the bank, just like I was talking about earlier. When you're fishing square bills, never miss the bank. Especially in the early spring, get as close as you can. A lot of times they'll hit it right up on the bank. I don't know what it is about that, but we got a lot of rock in here, so I'm gonna kind of probe around with this crankbait a little bit more than I have been. I do it to my detriment. I'll bang my bait off of stuff and tear it all up. But all these fish are super light. I'm not sure if that's just a function of the watercolor in here or if they're just starting to get in here. I think it's probably a little bit of both. God dog it. There it goes. Got our first First bass Julio screaming up the lake this morning. Not bad. It's only like, it's almost 11 o'clock, so we've had a good run this morning as far as that goes. There he is. Another good one right on the point. Yeah, thought he was good, but he just keeper size. Another spot. Another little Alabama spotted bass. My hook is all bent up. Hopefully I can bend it back without breaking it. Oh yeah. Everybody's starting to get woke up. Weather report says it's going to rain. Everybody's starting to figure out that it's not going to rain. Man, that fish was dirt shallow. Ooh, there was another one in there. It's had another bite. Throw it back in there and get him. I'm talking about dirt shallow. Inches, not feet. Yeah, didn't hit it. Threw it in there and started cranking it, and I saw him swirl on it. That's how shallow he was. Love some good spotted bass. They just, I don't know, they're just fierce. See some fish. It's kind of still working out off this point. This bait flicking all out in here. I'll put my buff up. Feel that sun on my neck. I don't want it. Don't want it. All right. Couple of quick bites there on this rock. Spotties. Need another one in that 5-pound class to bust on this thing. What we need. A little stub in front of me. Let's see what that's all about. It's about a wasted cast. Those last two fish were dirt shallow. been a fun morning so far. We caught 8 fish now, maybe 9. I don't often count. Biggest one was 5.9. Got a couple in the 2.5 range, and everything else has been, you know, this lake's a 12-inch keeper lake, so everything else has been in that keeper range except for one of them. One of them was a little short, I think. Caught them all on a balsa crankbait. Just hunting and pecking, fishing old school style, just power baits, square bill, fishing a jig a little bit, fishing a spinnerbait a little bit. Once I get to the end of this little rock row, I'm gonna shoot back across. Got some laydowns. Got some laydowns over there, and then another rock point. I can tell if there's a boat on there or not. Piece of wood right there. Just gradually working our way back to where we put in, and then depending on how good we do shallow, we may go out to the river and fish some creek mouths, or we may go down the river a little ways and fish some more shallow stuff. Have to see. I'm a little bit torn because this lake used to go down 6 feet and you wouldn't even be able to fish this stuff this time of year. But now they only drop at 3, so I feel like there's probably some resident fish now that used to not be here. I know there's plenty of shad up in this creek. Ooh, something just busted way up there on the bank. Little guy. I'm sure it was a little guy, but we're still gonna make a cast at him here in a minute. We get within range. Little stump right there. Is on the shallow side of that rock. That's weird. Ooh, it's getting flat now. We're kind of back in this little cove a little bit, and it got flat on us. All right, let's crank up and ease to our next little area. Ooh, it's brewing out there, but try spinnerbaiting these laydowns over here before I get back to that next point. Try the old spinnerbait and the laydown trick here. All right, let's try this little old chartreuse and white spinnerbait. Not really little, it's a 3/4 ounce. It's got a 4.5 Indiana on the back and a number 3 Colorado on the front. Using a 20-pound line. All right, let's see what we got here. Just gonna pitch this thing around some of this stuff. Just bang it off some of these logs. Now that probably spooked whatever was in there, but we'll. Trying something different, you know. Seems like everybody uses chatterbaits nowadays, and people want to act like they forgot about the spinnerbait. But I have not. It'll still catch them. Just not today. Ooh. What was that? What was that? That was stupid. Tried to pitch it, hit the bottom, hit the lake with my bait, and paid dearly. Oh my goodness, why is it so deep? We want to get on there tight anyway. Bunch of little stick-ups going up through here. Well, all right, we gave that a shot for a few minutes. Let's get back on the crankbait here. Looks like another spotted bass type area. Got a couple of birds working the point, trying to get some of these shallow shad that are moving up. Caught a really good one right here. One time it was probably 3.5 pound spot. It's a good Alabama spotted bass. Working a little more methodical down through here because this is, I know that there are fish that live right through here. Fly away. Go the other way, bird. Trying to catch some fish. There he goes. Went the correct direction too. That was nice of him. There's some stuff off of this point. It looks like that could be good. Oh. Okay, good. Just a little bitty piece of brush right there, and I got hung up behind it. Well, thought for sure I'd get a bite right through that little section. We've been fairly consistent with our points today. We've had 2 or 3 points that produce fish. This one's got some wind coming across it, so maybe there'll be some fish out here setting up. Not seeing any evidence of that just yet. All right, still cranking this thing. I think our next stop is the next bridge, which is a really, really good choke point. I might work it a couple of times today. There he is. Good fish. Off the point. So we use that glass rod right there. Just let him. He hooked himself pretty good. I'm just gonna swing him. There we go. Another 2.5-er. Nice one. All right. Just staying on them. They're on these points apparently. Just staging up. I got some crap on my bait. There we go. I believe that was number 9 on the day. Fish hit on this rocky point with a Balsa B2 square bill. Oh, I thought I had another bite there, but it might have just been a rock. Make a long cast right here because there's a little rock striation that's coming towards me, and I'm gonna try to. It looks like it just could just walk this thing all the way down it. Make that cast again. There we go, we're off just a little bit deeper off of it. There we go. When you're fishing this stuff, you'll see them. This particular lake has, you'll see like shell bed, and then you'll see like a row of rocks. And it comes, a lot of times they'll just follow straight out into the lake, so you can kind of gauge where it's going to be and where the fish will be based off of what you're seeing on the bank. It's kind of a neat little deal. More cast right here. It's the kind of place where I used to get some big bites every now and then. One thing about it today, they're getting the bait pretty good. I'm not getting too many not having swipes and just fish hooked on the tail end of the hook very much. That can be a problem sometimes. So it means I'm doing at least something right. I got my bait retrieve and oop, come on off of that. Come on off of that. There it goes. Try to float it up first, and then if it doesn't work, then I'll give it a harder pull. Man, that stuff down there just feels so good. Load it up. All right. Well, I'm happy with that. I've been happy with the whole morning so far. You know, we've had some good, caught a few good fish, caught some, caught one really good fish, and then they're just kind of starting to get in here and starting to set up on this shallow water stuff. It's been good. We'll make a quick run. Not going too far, just that old mud boat going around there. Hope everybody's enjoying it today. Whoa. That's what I get for not paying attention, running aground. You know, watch what you're doing around here. Alright, well that's not what we want to do. Alright, let me do what I know I need. Let me do the right thing here. Instead of running up in the mud. I knew better than to do that. go the way I know how to go.